Josie Barnhart. Here. Pat Bradford.
I am here.
Judy Justice. Dr. Tim Merrick.
Present.
David Perry.
Here.
And Pete Wildebohr.
Also present.
All right, we're going to have the invocation, and then after the invocation, I've asked Ms. Barnhart to lead us in the pledge.
Sovereign God, you are our Lord and the keeper of our universe. Your word reminds us we are your people and the sheep of your pasture. Today, as the board begins their meeting for the betterment of our schools, we thank you for the leadership, for every teacher, every faculty and staff member, and particularly for our students. We pray for your continued protection over every campus and all of our students. We pray specifically that you will grant this board direction, wisdom, and clarity in their decision-making so that whatever decisions they make will be for the improvement and betterment of our schools. We thank you for your guidance and your loving kindness. May we forever give your name praise. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That passes 6-0. Ms. Barnhart, if you could keep the time for me. Let us begin. So we have the call to order, roll call, invocation, presentation of colors, national anthem. Who would like to do the pledge for this month?
I'll do it.
All right, so Mr. Perry will do the pledge. We have the approval of the agenda, the approval of the minutes, recognitions. How much time do you need for recognitions? So we're going to say 7 minutes for that. All right, and administrative
There are none.
There are none, so that's excellent. Teacher voice, 10 minutes. Superintendent's report. Yep. Board chair report, 5 minutes. Call to audience, 60. Under information, we have one school, one book, Wrightsboro Elementary School. Does anybody have questions about that or comments?
Just don't really know much about it, so a little bit of knowledge now would help.
So I wanted this to be on there. Do you want to take it? The school is doing, the entire school and its community is reading the same book together. And they are sending videos home to parents so that they can read it with their kids. They're doing activities, extension activities at school. It's just a great model that I was so impressed with. I want you guys to see it.
Love it, thank you. Good deal.
How much time do we need for that, sir?
Bet 10.
10 minutes? Okay.
We can cram all the awesomeness into that one.
Okay. Next up is the New Hanover County Schools Transportation Update. This was requested by Ms. Barnhart. How much time do we need for that?
60.
Do what? Did you just say 60? 5.
Ms. Mason? Want to put any inquiry?
Mr. Wildebohr, sure.
Point of inquiry, are we going to have any attachments to that, or is it just?
Actually, that's a good question because I was curious to know if you were looking for attachments. I've got something I can add to it. It's just some basic data, a one-pager. I'm happy to add that to it after or during this meeting. I can include that.
That'd be lovely.
Madam Chair?
Ms. Bradford, and then I'll come over here.
Does this include anything on the stop arm? Do we have an update on the stop arm?
No, we're pulling together
Okay, I think you both had your hands up at the same time, so we'll go Dr. Merrick and then Mr. Perry.
I wonder if we could just get another update on how many missing positions we have for buses, or in other words, how many buses are having to make 2 trips?
That's all part of it.
It's all
Yep.
part of it. Fantastic, thank you.
Just for clarity, it is to talk about, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, to talk about how we're doing on employing, how we're retaining, how we're recruiting, and how everything's going as far as the bus drivers go. So it includes kind of all of that stuff. Mr. Perry, sorry.
Will this have any discussion as regards to the safety of some of our stops and whether I know we've had a couple of issues lately in regards to some of our bus stops being in the neighborhood of people who are on the list, so to say, which we don't want. And also, if there's any, having bus stops on very busy intersections is inherently more risky than if it was on side streets. Have we done any evaluations, and will that be included in this?
So I can include that. I don't specifically have that. I was going to be talking about kind of where our numbers are, what our runs look like in terms of numbers and double runs. We've, as those concerns have been brought forward, we've addressed those. I'm not aware of any that have come up in the last few weeks, because I like to think that we addressed those and people were satisfied with them, or at least realized that for now, those stops were going to either remain where they are, or they were going to move based on where we moved them. We've got routers in positions. I mean, our routers in the department are essentially continually looking at the stops that we've got in place, and based on feedback we get and based on observations, we move them as necessary. But I can certainly go over that again at the meeting if you'd like. I have no problem with that. I don't specifically have data on stops, but I can talk about it.
Ms. Barnhart?
Madam Chair, the goal for the request was to talk about just where the fill positions are, where our ideal goal is, where we're trying to get to as a district, what we're doing in those incentives and those initiatives. I know some of those, but always the start of the beginning of the year, there's frustration because, like my colleague said, about potentially double routes or, just longer time on bus. How is the bus app doing? Things like that. Just all those things that as we are engaging with our people who utilize transportation of just where we're at, just some honest dialogue about that. So that was the intent behind it. I don't think it's a bad idea to have a discussion about route placements and stops. From the last, just out of pure memory, time we had a conversation about that, it was out of kind of a combination of things of why we have the stops at busier road sites, and so of making sure every turn-in adds a couple extra minutes, and when you're trying to get to people on time and maintain that. So but I might suggest maybe more than 5 minutes, if it seems like there's some more
Okay,
discussion.
let's do 10 then. All right. Next on the list is pre-K funding. This was brought forward by Dr. Merrick, and I think it was an excellent point. Once this year is done, we need to know where the funding is going to come for our pre-K, so I think that discussion needs to happen. I don't know if anybody has any questions, concerns, or anything about that. Ms. Bradford?
Right off the top of my head, do we have like a staff presentation on that?
No, I won't have that, but I can talk about, obviously, it's going to come down to a conversation during our budget process about pre-K, but we can talk about, I just got done with one of my listening tours at Howe and talked with them, got some ideas from them, talked about some processes. I think it's more going to be a global conversation about funding and what our options are.
Okay. Mr. Perry?
And so I am guessing that this is just like our initial dive here, because we're not going to be solving anything. Right, so this is going to take a while to come up with a comprehensive plan on how to keep pre-K funded going forward.
Right. So I'm going to say probably about 10
Yeah.
minutes.
I have a question,
Ms.
Madam Chair.
Barnhart?
With pre-K, I know we had said there are some ways with the county MOUs of like what schools were involved, and we've done some changes with that. Is this part of the conversation and the discussion? And then also, I know it takes a while for pre-K centers to be NC pre-K certified, but is that what you're going to be speaking to in this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we have 2 sites that are solely only new Hanover County locally positions. If we can get them certified under NC Pre-K, we can bill for those kids as well, and that will at least help defray some of the cost.
Mr. Wildmore.
Totally off topic, but I was making a suggestion that Dr. Merritt, there's another speaker right next to your microphone, and maybe that way you can each other on.
All right. Next is New Hanover High School Rise. Oh, Dr. Merritt, go ahead.
Yeah, if I could just add to that conversation a little bit. You know, we've had the conversation, we had a certain number of pre-K classrooms, and then we got some more from the county. They decided to do 6 more, and then they rescinded that this year. And based on all the statistics that show the, graduation rate going up 40+%, for kids who go through pre-K. For all those reasons, I would like to have a conversation, not just about how are we going to survive doing the number we are, but if we really imagine into the future, how do we expand pre-K? It will help our third grade scores, math 1 scores, all of that stuff. So it's inherent in us to think long term, and gosh knows what our next budget's going to look like, I understand, but I would like to have some sort of long range vision, and I know that you've been looking at this very deeply, and I really appreciate it.
Yeah, yeah.
But I want that to be part of the discussion, not just next year.
Right, and the benefits of universal pre-K
Yes, please.
for this community as well.
Ms. Bradford and then Ms. Barnhart.
So can we include in that a list of current pre-K enrollment and all that, just like where we are now?
Ms. Barnhart?
Hey, I want to add, it is on our legislative agenda too, pre-K is, so as far as wanting to expand it and the desire to do that, and I know that we have shared with our representatives the positive impact that we've seen in New Hanover County schools, so it is something that, as a board member, when I talk to state officials, it is one of our priorities that we have adopted, so I don't know beyond that, I don't know if that's beyond that question, but I do want to point that out because it is advocacy that I know I've been partaking in, and I would hope that the rest of the board is as well.
Mr. Wildmore?
And I would just like to comment that I think that there's not many things that this whole board is unified on, but I think this is one of them that we all want to do, and we see the vast benefits of pre-K. So, I think it would be, and I'd almost like to say, especially because we're again spending a lot of time on it today, why don't we bump that up to 15 minutes?
I was actually,
Yeah.
I was actually thinking the same thing. So let's move that to 15 minutes instead.
Yeah. Thank you.
Absolutely. All right. New Hanover High School RISE program. I know Ms. Barnhart brought this forward because if you haven't had the chance to go see the RISE program, you absolutely have to. It's just such a great program, and when they do their presentations, like just seeing, the progress from the classroom to the presentation, it's just amazing what the staff and students are doing over there. So the discussion, I believe, Ms. Barnhart wanted to kind of have was how do we copy-paste in other schools, and how do we duplicate this amazing program? Is that a correct assessment of what you wanted to discuss?
Absolutely, Madam Chair, and just the growth that we've seen in these students is phenomenal, and so when we're talking about having challenging students and still helping them and equipping them to be successful, and so I feel like the people who, there's only a handful that are currently teaching in the RISE program, teaching in TAs, to help replicate that through a mentorship, and if there's an idea or potential of incentives with funding that they can be mentors to continue to replicate what this looks like, or I don't know if it's an endowment ask or those sort of things, but when we see a program that is highly successful, I think it behooves the board to have a conversation about continued investment and expansion of investment, and so I would love to see at least 10 minutes for that. I know it's not a budget cycle for right now, but if we talk about this now, we can anticipate as we move into budget cycle in a few months from now.
And just a little side note, and correct me if I'm wrong, the RISE program is coming next month for the teacher voice, yes? Did we have that? We have that scheduled for next month. So they'll be coming next month, not this month, to present to us too. And you asked for 10 minutes on that? And Dr. Merrick, did you have?
All I really want to do is take this time that the public gets to hear to give Taylor Henderson a big pat on the back, because man, oh man, that is some kind of a program. And any chance that we can give our educators their due, let's do it, because she's done a fantastic job.
Her and some former staff as well that
Yes, of
aren't
course.
with us. Our former teacher of the year, Abby Nobles, who her and Taylor worked so hard and just did a fantastic job with developing that program. And I know they've presented all over the place too, so. Mr. Wildworth?
I just almost wonder if we don't want to sync, since we're, instead of us discussing it this month, and then next month, we're actually having them talk. Wouldn't it be better to sync the two of them together so we can discuss it as they're here and, well, like I said, we can pat them on the back, or maybe, I don't know if it's possible, I don't mean to put anybody on the spot, but I wonder if we could flip-flop our Teacher of the Year discussions and maybe have the RISE person come in this month, just, either way. I'm just thinking it just makes more sense instead of having a piece here and a piece a month later.
I'll second that motion.
So when we were making this, that conversation did come up. The difficulty is policy. Ms. Barnhart put this on the, requested that this go on the agenda last month, and it didn't fit in last month, so it had to go this month. Now, as far as switching teachers, I don't know of the ease of which that could occur, because it's kind of short notice to
I
get the
know
right
that
staff.
the teacher who's for Teacher Voice next week has already sent in her notes prepared and all that. It would sort of, if we're going to inconvenience, I think it would probably inconvenience us rather than them, if we can.
So just to give you the reasoning of why we put it on this agenda rather than waiting till next month, that's why. But, Dr. Hamilton?
I was just going to say, I'm not sure the RISE people could be prepared
Right.
in time as well on the flip side of that.
And, I mean, again, this is when we talk about this stuff. So if this is something that we want to talk about now, we talk about it. And if we want to send it another month, I just am hesitant to be violating any kind of policy. So that's all.
I think there's been a motion and a second on the floor.
I didn't, was there an actual
Is
motion?
that a motion?
I don't think there was an actual motion.
I heard a second, but I didn't hear.
I heard a second, but I didn't hear an actual motion.
I'll withdraw it because it can't be.
Okay. All right, so are we leaving it? Is that the general? Dr. Merrick?
Perhaps we should really ask Ms. Barnhart,
Yeah.
because she's the one that proposed it. Maybe she would like to weigh in on this.
I don't
Go ahead,
have,
Ms. Barnhart.
I don't have any problem with listening to colleagues and saying next month is fine. I think it makes sense to be able to talk about both of those. I just was open with my colleagues of saying that's what I wanted discussion. I want a discussion about how we can incentivize and replicate these awesome educators that we have. I mean, they've been asked to present all over the state, and I think different parts of the country. So to have them here is, they're doing awesome work. So if it's the will of the board to do next month, I'm fine with that.
So I would make a motion to
Move it to
bump it
December.
out and see what the vote is. Bump it out a month.
I'll second.
So the motion is to move the new Hanover High School RISE program discussion to next month's meeting.
December's.
To coincide.
Yeah, this.
I heard that before.
All right, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 6-0.
So all rise.
Easy for the guy.
You've had too much sugar today.
All right, next up is girls wrestling. And that was something that was brought forward by Ms. Barnhart as well. If you would want to speak briefly to that and how much time you think you might need.
Absolutely. I wanted to open discussion. A year and a half ago, we granted Laney High School to have a all-women's wrestling team. And I think would behoove the board to consider allowing a district-wide expansion of that. If we're talking about it's a positive impact for some of our female athletes, I think it's something for us to consider.
for all of them. So that was frankly the discussion. It was something that I had reached out when the Title IX committee was formed to have a discussion to see about expansion. It didn't happen in this budget cycle, and so now I'd like for us to have an open discussion about that prior to coming into next year's budget cycle. That's.
How much
so
time do you think?
It depends on how much interest or not there is in the board. 10 minutes, I think. I'll be direct in saying I want to expand it to have the opportunity to all of them. So that is where my mindset is right now.
Okay, so 10 minutes. Ms. Bradford?
I would like to have, all every bit of information we would need for that discussion instead of just starting off cold. What we have now, what we talked about before, because I'm in favor of it as well, but I would like to have all the details ready for that on Wednesday.
Ms. Barnum?
Just for clarification, we have provided that offer and authorization to all of our high schools. So all of our high schools have the opportunity to have a separate independent women's wrestling team. So I have information on how many students we have participating and whether they are still co-ed or they are operating as a separate team. But the ones that are not operating it as a separate team, it's only because they don't have enough women wrestling participants, but they have gauged that interest and worked to recruit those. So I can clarify all that if you want.
I think you sent that in a weekly
I
update
did.
at some point. Can you
I
send
did.
that again so everyone can kind of refresh
Yes,
themselves?
it's in one of my board updates from May.
Can you pull it
I'll
out
look-
and resend it
Yes.
along? Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Woodward?
Is there a possibility we could get the Laney women's wrestling coach to come and be able to answer questions from us?
On Wednesday.
Is that enough notice
We
for
can
them to come?
certainly try it. I think I would like to prepare the coach for what the questions may be. So I think it's up to the will of the board.
And that way maybe we can talk about how he or she, I don't know if it's he or she, but how that person, the coach, got, applicants and participants and how they recruited. Maybe we can, that'd be my question, just to, maybe we can share it with the other high schools and maybe they can, replicate that.
Yeah, and I think the point of our athletic directors and our wrestling coaches is they want to respond to the student interest. They're not going to require students to participate in women's wrestling, but anybody interested in women's wrestling, they're looking to form those teams. But I'll provide that update that I sent a little while back, and I'll send it to the top.
Okay. All right. Next is the CSI grant, and that was another item that Ms. Barnhart had brought forward. So if you want to speak to that as well, and just how much time you think we need to spend on that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know this is the final year about the CSI grant. Two of our consistently low-performing schools were awarded it. And so to talk about the success of the program, to talk about if we're able to apply for another grant, and if it would potentially be the will of the board to submit, basically replicate an application to the endowment if we've seen success and what that looks like. Because if we're, again, seeing programs that are working and positively impacting and closing the gap for our students, I think that we need to be replicating those programs.
How much time do you think we need? 5 minutes? 10 minutes?
With all due respect, I do not have the data for that, so as far as being a presenter on this, if that is the will of you, Madam Chair, for me to present on this, then I'll have to get with the subject matter expert, but that is the intent behind the ask when I made it. So I do not have a timeline about those things, but because I was not anticipating being a presenter on the CSI grant.
I can certainly present. It's fine. I'll pull some data together and share with you guys.
Perfect. How much time do you need?
5-10 minutes is fine.
Which one?
5.
5 minutes. Ms. Bradford, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, so my question would be, Ms. Barnhart said, could we ask the endowment for it again, but was it endowment asked before? Did they grant that before? No.
It's a state grant.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Perry?
wait a minute, if we're done with this one, then, if we're not done with this one, keep going.
Okay.
Yeah, not yet. Dr. Merrick?
I just want to just highlight the fact that this is under information, so it's not like we're going to vote on sending it to the endowment or anything like that. We're just collecting
Kind
and
of
hearing so that
discussing
we
it.
can consider for the future.
Yes.
Yeah, at some point, we need to have a general endowment discussion, and how many requests can we make a year, and so on, and have Dr. Barnes explain his process, because it's his process.
All right. Mr. Perry?
Before we move from information, I just, I don't, at this point, I just wanted to mention that, you know, I submitted a request for the second to add an item to get Mr. Ed Burton to come to us, well, we thought maybe in August, to give us a presentation on the importance of a security and data audit for our school district. It's now October. I was hoping that, it doesn't have to be this month, there's probably not enough notice for him now, but if we could get to work on contacting Mr. Burton and scheduling a time for him to come, I would appreciate it.
I'm looking back to try and pull up that document, because to my recollection, there was no second listed on there,
That's my question.
and I'm not finding.
Yeah, it was just
It was just information, but there was no, not finding the link right now. For some reason. So there was no second when we were planning the agenda at that point. So that's why it has not gone on. Just for clearing
Yeah, so I'd like a motion that we get it on there at some point, too. Do I get a second?
Is this an appropriate time to ask, or do you want to go through that form?
I would recommend going into the form and getting the second and putting it in there again. That way it's in there and we can have that.
Pretty sure I did that the first time.
But you need a second on that, so.
We need a second. There was no second, so.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I'd like to just inform the board that, just was made aware by Mr. Lance that our cyber health assessment is scheduled for January, and that's being done at the state. We're just going to add that in there.
Can you say that again,
December.
Dawn? I can't hear you.
NCNC is, we work with the state, and so they are coming to do a cyber health assessment for us, and that's in December.
December.
So,
We've got to do that for that.
I think the,
The chair did not recognize
I'm
you, sir. Mr. Perry.
I mean, I think the focus of this fellow thing is that it's important to have an independent third-party audit of the situation and not just simply take whatever the state gives us. We often do that for financial audits and everything else, so I think it would be helpful. I think that's what, it's not tying our hands that we have to do that. I think he wanted to come and present what the rationale was for having a third-party independent audit of our technological security risks.
Ms. Bradford?
if we were going to solicit a third party to do an audit, would we not need to go through the RFP or the RFP process?
I would assume so. Mr. Perry?
Yeah, this man that's coming, his firm does not provide those audits. He is coming to speak on why they are important. So there's no conflict of interest. He would not be one of the vendors that if we decided to go with the third party one, he would not be one of the vendors that would be, he's not pitching himself for this. He's just pitching the idea that we should do this. He would not be one of the vendors.
Okay. Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think you said that at the agenda discussion that you're able to speak more of what was the topic of discussion, because I thought in the conversation was somebody's going to come and discuss about a third-party audit and performing that, but it's not, it sounds like it's not that. So I don't know if there's.
Okay,
I would be interested in the discussion, I'm confused on what the discussion is, if it was somebody just advocating that we do a third-party audit?
So,
or-
I have the request right here, I can read. It says, "I would like for us to invite Mr. Ed Burton to speak to the board and give a presentation. He will be discussing why it's important for the school district to receive periodic data security and privacy audits on its information systems," and then it discusses scheduling for him, so. Ms. Bradford?
So, Ms. Brinson said we have a cyber assessment coming next month. And is that an in-house cyber assessment, or is that a third-party entity? It sounds to me like we have what's coming, already coming, and I'm confused.
It is a third party. It's coming through NC State University.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Next is consensus items. So, starting with disposal of surplus property. Does anybody have any questions regarding that? Mr. Perry?
I think we had this discussion before, but could somebody remind me, there is no legal way we can offer first dibs to our employees, is that correct? Too bad. Thank you.
All right. Next, contracts extending into fiscal year 2027. Any questions on those? Okay. MOU with 100 Black Men of Coastal North Carolina to provide mentoring, academic support, and college career readiness preparation for middle and high school students for a term of 3 years. Does anybody have any questions on that? Ms. Barnhart?
Is this the same as says for 3 years, but a few years ago, there was some discussion of changing the MOU, and so is this consistent with what is currently in place, or did we have to update the MOU for this time around?
No, it's refreshing the one that was already there.
Okay.
I mean, the one that we had expired, and this is the new one.
Yeah, I know from the previous one that we signed off on, there was some in the discussion, so this is now consistent with what we're currently doing. That's all I need to know.
Ms. Bradford?
Can we update the agenda for that to put what it is, the MOU for the 100 Black Men, so that anyone looking online at the agenda would know what we're going to discuss in case that's of something of interest to them?
I mean, we could probably add it, I mean, it's under the main points, but
But there's only one MOU under consensus, right?
yeah,
Okay.
yes.
So just title it, I think.
All right, so next is the contract with Eastern Datacom.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's my fault.
Go back.
I waited till the last minute to raise my hand. I
Dr. Merritt,
apologize.
go ahead.
But I like what my colleague across the way is saying, is that if someone were watching our meeting today that is not on the board, they're going to see an MOU there, but they don't know what it is because they can't see it online. If they go to Assembly and they wanted to find out what that MOU was, they couldn't see it because the
Right.
November meeting is still blocked off.
Yep.
So this is kind of the drum I've been beating for a while, is that I want people to be able to engage with this meeting, know what we're talking about, but they can't unless they can see the November board agenda, which is still blocked off. Right? I think it's important that we make the November, the coming board agenda with all of its notes available to the public by the time we have our agenda review so they can follow along. We want public engagement. Can I make a motion to include, to ask our IT department to open up the board minutes and agenda, sorry, not the minutes, the board agenda for our regular meeting in time that anyone watching our agenda review can follow along?
I think that's related to policy, so I don't know if that motion is in order at this point, because I think in policy, we have the time frame mapped out. If we want to bring that to policy, that's something that we can do, and I know that we've talked about it in policy before, but I don't believe that that motion would be in order since we do have policy already in place. If we want to make the adjustments to policy, then we can do that at some point, but again, I don't think that that motion is in order.
I think that in policy it says at least, and there's a
Correct.
time, but it doesn't say not before. So I don't know that it would be in violation of policy. I would have to go back and read the policy. But I don't believe that it would be against policy. But I should ask our policy chair across the way if you have a better recollection of that.
Mr. Wildebohr?
I will look it up
Do you want to speak to
quickly.
that? You're not required, but do you want to speak to it?
If you know it. So I don't remember it off the top of my head, so I'll look it up quickly, though, while you guys continue talking.
Madam Chair, just for clarity, sometimes it just says memorandum of understanding, and then we get to, later on in the week, it has a more specific, and that's all I was asking for. Because I had to look and see what it was. But if it had said what it was, or refreshed on the 100 back then, then I wouldn't have to look, because I would have known what it was. So that's all I'm doing, just trying to save some time.
Gotcha. Okay. We will come back to that, or the board members mentioned previously in a couple minutes. Next is the contract with Eastern Datacom. Ms. Bradford.
What's it for? I see it's technology, I see it's 53,000 and 37,000, it totals, and it runs through 27. What does it do, Ms. Brinson? What are we getting for that?
It's our backup system, so it backs up our email as well as our storage.
Okay. Was that there somewhere and I could have found it?
I thought it was, I'm looking for it now.
Oh, it's 90 and 90. It's almost 91 and 91. A total of,
Yeah, it's $90,907.20. And, yeah, in the main points, it talks about the email messages being archived, and I left off this data storage, but I can add that to it if you want.
Dr. Merrick?
Sorry, I'm going to try to save us a little bit of time. I believe I found it in policy 2335,
That's what
advanced
it is.
delivery of meeting materials. And again, it just says at least 5 days. It doesn't say it can't be before a certain time. And it does say later on that it would be made available as soon as possible. And if it's being delivered to us, it is certainly possible to be delivered to the public.
Ms. Barnhart, did I see your hand up?
Yes, Madam Chair. The justification for the language in the policy change, when we were researching changing policy, because there was lots of different advance notice of materials and different meetings and times, and so we tried to remain consistent with the law of expectation of law, because otherwise we'd get ourselves in trouble. I understand the premise that my colleague is speaking of, to have notice of materials, but the point of this meeting is allow for this body to come together with the opportunity to ask questions. Some of my colleagues remember serving when it was only you were selected 2 or 3 at a time, and those were the people who got to see the materials before the board meeting, and then
Oh,
everybody
yeah.
else got it the day of. So this meeting and the creation of this was intentional to bring us all together so that we could formulate and have those questions. I do not see it being essential to have it ready. There's not a speaking opportunity of public engagement at this meeting. However, I do feel it necessary to have them ready prior to our regular meeting, where there is an opportunity for the public to speak. And so because of those reasons, I feel the language and policy is consistent with law, and it's not necessary to make those changes in hopes to do that. The point of this meeting is for this body to have the opportunity to come together and discuss.
Mr. Perry?
In case you didn't get it, I'll second your motion. I think that if there is a technological way, and it's probably a question for our IT department, I think the only issue with it making this available to the public is to not earlier than it is now, in preparation for this meeting, so they can see this material and see the extra details that we can, is because they still could send us an email or let us know. But the only problem I see is that I think some people might assume that whatever we have up for the November meeting right now is what actually is going to take place. So I don't know if there's a technological way of being able to say draft or something, you know, is there such a way we can distinguish it so that people know that this is just the presumed agenda? Of course, it's all subject to change. We have to approve the agenda for next week's thing, but people should kind of know that. But if we can make that more clear, I think there would be, I don't see any objection to it.
Dr. Barnes?
Chris and I were just discussing, I'm not sure, and maybe we need a little bit of a legal definition of this, but if we post the agenda and post it now, you can't change it.
Correct.
And part of the reason for this meeting, like if you post an agenda, here's what we're discussing next week, if you post it in its entirety, it can't be changed without a vote from the board. Part of the reason for today's meeting is so that I can get the senior staff on board, ready to roll. We've made changes to this, what we're doing next week, even today. So I would just be a little concerned about, I'm just worried about turnaround time for these guys.
Yeah. Burdens for the staff.
Dr. Merrick?
I don't want, of course, run afoul with any of our legal requirements. I think it would be easy enough to say proposed or draft agenda for our regular meeting, and then the only extra step I think our staff would have to take, and they have to do it anyway, because based on what we do today, we're going to change slightly the agenda for next week. Like we're going to take off the NHCS RISE program, right? So that has to be done anyway. And then the staff would just have to take off the proposed or draft and say, okay, here's our agenda. Right? And then legally it can't be changed.
Mr. Wildeborn?
Point of inquiry, to Dr. Merrick's motion, is he advising or recommending, or making the motion, I guess, that we change it to be released the day of the agenda review or earlier than that?
Dr. Merrick, could you speak to that?
My concern is that anyone tuning into today's meeting online, right? We almost never have public here, but I think last I saw statistics, we had around 250 people watching the agenda review. That's a lot. That's my memory. I could be wrong. But if they do watch it online, they can't. Maybe it's up there on the screen, maybe it's not, or maybe they get a quick glance at it, but they don't get a chance to know what is this 100 black men from the coastal North Carolina. They don't know what that is. They can't read about it. Mm-hmm. And so we're talking about it quickly. We say yes, great, and then it doesn't give them time to maybe weigh in, do some research before next week's meeting. I think, and especially this has come from the press, I don't mind saying that they're trying to follow along and keep the public up to date on what we're doing, which is kind of their job too, right? I don't understand the resistance in letting them see. Like, there's no secrecy here. We're a public body, and everything we do is in front of the public.
Ms. Bradford and then Mr. Wildeborn.
Question and then follow-up. Is there a motion on the table for
There
the
is.
second? I would move to amend that to send it to the policy committee since it would require a policy change.
I'll second that.
Sorry.
Mr. Wildeborn, did you want to speak to that amendment?
No, I was going to ask, because I don't think my question that I had
Was answered?
was ever answered. Because I didn't get that
Well,
clarification.
let's, since there is an amendment, we need to focus on the amendment
Sure.
for the moment. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Dr. Merrick and then Mr. Perry?
Based on my reading of the policy, it does not preclude us from sharing with the public what we already have. So in my mind, it does not require a change in policy per se. It would simply be a change in procedure. And that's what I'm asking for. That's the motion. And to answer your question, I'm so sorry that I didn't. I would be quite happy if it was available the day of agenda review, so that when they tune into agenda review, they can follow along.
Mr. Perry?
I'll just say the same thing, pretty much. So,
Okay. So the motion is, the amendment is to refer
With point of
this
clarification
to
then.
committee.
Point of clarification. is it in the opinion of the chair and/or the legal counsel that this is a policy change or not? That needs to be established
The
first.
opinion of the chair is that this is a policy change that needs to be made.
Then never mind. I'm good.
So
Thank you.
you retract your, no? Okay. So the motion is, the amendment is to refer the previous motion, which was making meeting notes available, the meeting available to the public on the day of the regular meeting. And that would be policy 2335, we said?
2335.
So, policy, so there is a motion to refer policy 2335. The amendment is to refer policy 2335 to policy committee. Is there any further discussion on that?
Point
Dr. Merrick?
Clarity-wise, I understand that it's an awful lot of talking and hard to regurgitate it again, but to be clear, because it's even hard for me to explain it concisely, that we ask policy to review allowing the public to see what is on all the meeting notes for our regular board meeting by the time we have agenda review meeting. That's clear?
Okay. So the amendment is to refer policy 2335 to committee with the consideration of public access to documentation. All those in, well, Ms. Bowie, will you call the roll?
Mr. Woodward,
Sure, sounds like a good time for me.
Ms. Bradford,
Sure.
Ms. Mason,
Aye.
Ms. Barnhart.
No.
Mr. Perry,
No.
and Dr. Merrick.
Yes.
That amendment carries. So now on the original motion, we need to vote on making the changes to policy to provide access to documentation. That's the original motion, yes?
There's still a motion on the table.
Right, that's the
Seconded.
motion
and-
that I'm, this is, so I think for future, when we start to make motions more often, I think for more clarity for the public and for more clarity for each other, so that we know what we're voting for, if we could start writing them down, would be extremely helpful for everybody. That way, the chair can repeat them, and everybody can be on the same page, and it's not changing the verbiage, and it's consistent across time. So just for future reference, when we're making motions, if you have one that you want to make ahead of time, I would request that you write it down and you send it over to the chair when you've made it, so that the chair can appropriately read it.
Was there still a question?
Procedure?
Mr. Perry?
At least, I know it was framed as an amendment motion, but was it, I'm asking the chair to clarify that it was not a replacement motion.
It was an amendment because she took his request and wanted to, rather than vote on it now, send it to, refer it to committee. So his request sent to committee.
And we just passed that, right?
We passed sending it to committee. We need to vote as the amendment. We need to vote on the whole thing, so his request. The vote we just did, just for clarity, and again, this is why we need to write things down, so that we have that clarity. The amendment was referring that request to committee. So we voted in favor of sending that request to committee, sending it to committee. Now we're voting on the whole thing, trying to separate them. It is difficult to separate them.
Yeah.
So Dr. Merrick, go ahead.
I think what we just voted on was to amend my motion.
Yes.
And so we did vote on that. We
Yes.
didn't actually vote to send it to committee. We just voted to amend it to sending it to committee. So far, it hasn't gone to committee yet, until we vote on
That's what
we
we're
vote on my
voting on.
motion now. So now we're
Thank you,
voting
Dr.
on,
Merrick.
and am I correct in that, ma'am?
Yes, that is, yes. Thank you for rearranging that. My brain is not quite. All right, so now we're voting on sending that to committee, referring that to committee.
Ms. Bowie, will you call the roll on that?
Ms. Bradford?
No.
Ms. Mason?
Aye.
Ms. Barnhart?
No.
Mr. Perry?
Aye.
Dr. Merritt?
Yes.
And Mr. Wilkor?
Can you repeat that, please? I
So
wanna
we
know
voted
about
on the
that.
amendment that we would add, sending it. The whole thing is, it was moved that policy 2335 was referred to committee to make changes to provide access to documentation to the public, earlier access to documentation for the public.
And I am correct that that would have to come back before the whole board to be voted on
Correct.
again. Then yes.
Okay. That motion carries. All right, back to the agenda. So we were on the contract with Eastern Datacom. Is there any other questions on that?
Could I add a clarification?
Yes, Ms.
It
Ritz.
it is just email, it's not the storage also, so that's archiving just our email for staff and students.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Next is contracts and purchase orders, 100,000 to 300,000. Any questions on those? Okay. After that, the 2026-2027 traditional calendar. Questions on that? Dr. Merrick, I see you.
We have been getting a lot of mail about this. I didn't think it would be weird if we didn't talk about it. I think that there's an awful lot of concern out there, and I think that we should address it in our regular board meeting, so it might take, I would at this point recommend, pulling from consensus to have a conversation.
Okay, so that can be something that we do
Yes, of
next
course.
week. So as far as consensus item times, I'm going to say 15. That way we have the 10. You would recommend 10?
I think 15.
I'm going to stick with 15, just so that we can have just a little bit of wiggle room. We did eliminate one thing from the agenda already, and I do know that there's not many policies that we have, so there should be a little more flexibility in the schedule.
Point of clarification, Madam Chair?
Meeting. Ms. Bradford?
We will go over the presentation, right, at that meeting?
The traditional calendar, that I think would be a reasonable thing, to go over the calendar, a revised version of the calendar presentation.
Well, I know that board members were invited to have Dr. Hamilton give that to us, in person, and so we know, but the public didn't
Right.
hear it. So if she shares that knowledge with the public, maybe we won't have to take a full 15 minutes of talking.
Are you okay with that, sir? Okay. All right. Policy.
I was actually pulling my mic towards me to say the same thing when Dr. Merrick beat me to the punch.
Policy,
I agree
policy
with-
chair, how much time?
I totally agree with Dr. Morgan. I think at least 60 minutes. Probably 10 minutes, I think. Not even probably use that, but
Go with 10,
Better
just
be
to be on
safe.
the safe side. So when we were making the agenda, we had discussed the addition of, I've had several conversations with Ms. Geller about the board scholarship. And I believe I mentioned that to several of the board members. And we did have it on there, but I think that somehow it slipped through the cracks. So I'm going to move that we add that back in. It would be the board scholarships under
second that.
new business.
I'll second that.
Okay? Any discussion? And I can provide a little more clarity on that once we vote on.
How much do you expend on the board scholarships?
So this is monies from
From the county.
the county commissioners that
Okay.
we, as a board, every year have teacher candidates. Students within our district who want to be teachers come, they interview us, we interview them, and then we determine if they if they qualify for this scholarship, and we award that, and there's a ceremony. I don't know if you remember, there was a ceremony last year. So the difficulty is that we've had limited applications, and so we want to make sure that we are being good stewards of the money that the commissioners are giving us for this, and we want to make sure that we're also getting some benefit from the teaching coming back. And so Ms. Geller and I have had several conversations about what that might look like, and I think like talking that through as a board, how we can better invest in students and how we can better invest in our schools and kind of make better use of that money, because some of it isn't getting used. So we want to make sure that we're being good stewards. So, Mr. Perry?
So is there a vote to be had on this?
No.
So this would be on the information?
No, this is new business. Because this is,
New-
I mean, this is a
new
discussion.
business
I don't
without a
know if
vote?
there's a vote that's necessary, but this is a decision that the board's going to have to agree on. So maybe there will be a motion. I don't foresee it being contentious in any way. I think that we all want to do what's best for students and get better, like get the best of the best of the best in our schools. And so I don't think it's going to be a contentious thing. So it is under new business. Ms. Bradford and then Dr. Merritt. Oh, I'm so sorry. Wait, Mr. Wiltborn.
You're fine, because he actually asked my question, so.
Oh, you're good? Okay.
Is this, I remember at the end of the selections last year, you had some specific ideas. Are those the ideas that you've been discussing with Ms. Mason?
There are, yes, Dr. Barnes's ideas.
I don't remember what they were, but they were really good. I remember
Yes.
that part.
Yeah, they were amazing. And then based on our conversation and looking at our data as well, like in terms of our recruiting vacancy data, we'd just like to make some recommendations based on our conversation. Some, just some thoughts about different ways to, I think, leverage the money that we have and keep in line with the intention behind the county commissioners in providing that funding.
And will it include any information on the number of receivers who don't complete, and then they have to give back the money? That's the part I really want to keep from happening again.
Yes, ma'am.
And you'll include some of that. Okay, good, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'm going to have.
I can wait, I can be patient.
I'm a patient man, go ahead.
Go ahead, Dr.
I was just going to
Listen,
say,
doctors.
we're so excited as well because Ms. Geller and her team have worked to reinvigorate the teacher cadet program at several of our high schools, working collaboratively with the Teach with Joy network. So we're excited to see that may also take care of some of those issues as well. Sorry.
No,
Thank you.
you're fine. Dr. Merritt?
Just a really quick question. How much is that award from the county to be used?
So as it stands right now, it's $7,000 per individual, and we anticipate 4 per year. But at the same time, we're also paying for those that are currently within their 4-year cycle. I want to say it's a little over 100, I think it's about $125,000. So, because it's a sort of a moving target, right, a 4-year rotation. So I'll bring that information from the earliest that I have, the records. I know COVID was just a challenging time for everybody, so I've got some good data that I'd like to share with you. That way you all can make, a well-informed decision should you choose to take it a different direction or request a different direction.
So there is a motion on the table to add board scholarship under new business, and it was seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 6-0.
How much
Want to make, Corey?
That, we're going to say, I think 10 minutes should be good.
I'm pretty sure I heard you.
That's okay, because that's what I was going to
Is
ask.
that what you said?
I was going to ask how much time,
10 minutes.
There you go, that's it.
Closed session, we're going to leave on there. I don't know as we need it, but we'll leave it on there just in case. Personnel report, correspondence, announcements, and adjournment. Where are we at with time, Ms. Barnhart?
About 3 hours and 40 minutes with a break included.
Yeah, there we go.
Look, I know.
Nicely done.
I know, stepping it up.
Knock on wood, everybody.
Yeah. Ms. Mason, question?
Mr. Woodward?
The personnel report would be there after the, if we need it, okay.
Only if
Only if we need it, okay.
And then Ms. Bradford?
I would just let you know that sometime in the early part of next year, I will be bringing a motion to limit these meetings to 3 hours instead of 4. 3 hours instead of 4. So just be prepared for that, be thinking about that. How can we consolidate so that we don't spend 2 different meetings, 4 hours each, where we drag the whole staff out here and we spend all this time? I don't know of any other body, I don't even think the Council of State has 4-hour meetings. So we need to shrink these meetings.
It is 3 o'clock, and so we can continue on, or we can take a 5-minute break. Okay, I'm going to continue.
Continue.
Okay, we're going to continue. I hear more continue than 5 minutes. We'll take a break in a little bit. Up next is, the next item is school improvement plans. Mr. Worthington.
Hi.
It's not a podium, is it okay if I just go?
Yes.
Only if you break it.
I am not
He
very
doesn't need a
great at
mic.
it, but I'm better at standing here than in front of the podium.
You need a microphone.
That's
You need a
for
microphone.
online listeners.
I feel like Bob Barker. Barker?
Yeah.
Wrong generation.
Bob Barker.
Bob
Barker.
Barker.
Okay, so I'm here to inform you first of school improvement plans, but just recognize that this is information for you now that you're going to be voting on next month. Every year, our schools work through the NC STAR platform to do school improvement plans, which is an opportunity for them to set new goals for the school year and to develop action plans and action steps that we use throughout the school year for school performance, for student success, and for overall community engagement. We use the NC STAR platform for that. I'm going to walk you through how to access it in just a second. Schools are only required to receive approval for those school improvement plans every 2 years. However, if your school receives a low performing designation, then your requirement is to receive approval from the local school board every single year. So what you're going to see in the December agenda meeting, which occurs in November, is the action steps that those low performing schools have created for their schools and the goals that they are wishing to obtain during the school year. So those are going to be already available, and the schools are working on creating those now and have been working on those since August when we initially received preliminary report of those designations. Last week, the parents and the communities of those schools received messaging, or they may be receiving it today or tomorrow, the deadline being on Wednesday. So once they receive that, parents are able to access all of our school improvement goals and plans for any of our schools. Now, for the record, any parent at any time can go to any of our school websites and view all of the goals, the missions, the action steps, and the opportunities for them to provide stakeholder input all throughout the year. So this is actually a live binder. It's a live opportunity for them to see things that happen in real time. So I'm going to use an example today. I have Blair Elementary School pulled up. Blair Elementary School is one of our favorite places. It is home to the Bulldogs and my wife. So we're going to click on the About Us section, and in the About Us section, all you have to do is click on that link that says School Improvement Plan. It takes you directly to a page that has a link with a username and a password. Any person can go to this website, pull that username and password, and log in to the system to see the school improvement plan that's already available. So if you click that link, there will take you to IndaStar. And IndaStar is just the national program. We use the NC STAR portion of that for North Carolina school improvement plans. This is done by everyone across the state. So we have already opened one, and if you put your username and password in, it would take you to Blair Elementary's Our Direction page. And this is just an opportunity for you to see the vision, the values, and the mission that every single school has crafted for themselves. All of these schools receive reports from both the school district and the state regarding coaching comments and supports that we can do throughout the school year. Primarily, one of the things that we want you to do is to click on the comprehensive report. And the comprehensive report will show you, again, the mission, vision, and goals for this school year. And then as you scroll further down, you will see action steps that the school is working towards completing throughout the year. Some of those action steps might be a 3% decrease overall in office referrals school-wide, along with a decrease in the amount of students receiving office referrals. You scroll down again, just to give you another example, NC PAL support with the K2 focus, fifth grade expectations assembly. So some of these things you may see have already been completed, and you'll see action steps with deadlines in one column, and then the furthest column to the right will be a date that they completed that action step. If you don't see any date there, that means that it's something that's in progress, hasn't happened yet, or will be happening soon. So this is just information now, and I do want you to know that over the next few weeks, the schools have provided that opportunity to parents for engagement, and they are seeking feedback. They take that feedback into consideration. They use that feedback to finalize these, and then we submit them to you in December. So the goal for us today is to inform you that they are there, and you can begin looking at them. I'm going to provide you printed documents before we go into the December meeting so that you have them ready for you to review. But for now, you can click on any school's website and go to that. And it's not just those low-performing schools. All of our schools are updating them in real time for school improvement. School improvement plans have really changed over the past few years. Back when, say for instance, some of us had more hair than we did, when we were creating those school improvement plans, they were 3-ring binders that sat on our desk and really did nothing but collect dust. Now those programs are live. Every single month we update them, every single month we hold meetings. Every time we have an opportunity to change something for good, we add it into the NC Star platform. So I'll pause there and see if anybody has any questions.
Dr. Merrick?
Yes, sir.
First of all, thank you. Second of all, so any person can go to any school, regardless of whether they have children or not,
Yes, sir.
and weigh in on how the school is doing.
Right, so an opportunity to weigh in would be by them contacting, if you go back to the school link and it has how to contact us, they could contact the school or the school administrator and say, hey, I noticed this in your school improvement plan. Have you thought about this? Have you considered this artifact? Any person can submit that. Most of the time when we do get a submission, it's from a stakeholder from the school, but our schools are available to take any input at all.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Can you remind everyone who's on the school improvement team that would be putting this together?
So the school improvement team consists of members of the school leadership team. It may be principal, assistant principals, instructional coach, MTSS coordinator. They then have a person that's called the SIT chair. That is the person who's elected by the school each year to represent and run that program. We also have somebody called a process manager. They're in charge of uploading all of this information into the system. And then we have representatives from the school, teachers, staff members, custodians are on our school improvement teams. My son is a member of his school improvement team at his school, and so we include students, and we also include parents, stakeholders, community members that want to be involved. Especially if we have a community entity that is heavily involved in the school, we'll oftentimes ask them to come and participate and be a part as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Perry? And then Ms. Barnhart?
Do you, are there any like reports that you can view that show like the progress towards meeting these goals that people can see? How are we doing? You know?
Absolutely. So at the end of the year, every single school does what's called a comprehensive snapshot, and that snapshot is made available throughout this program. When you click on that snapshot, the one thing that's interesting about NC Star is that it's called a continuous improvement model. So anytime we get really close to a goal, let's say for instance we wanted to get to 90% reading achievement level in 3rd grade, and suddenly we had 88% at a school. That sounds great, but the school's going to look at that and say, man, we're getting ready to rocket past 90, let's move the needle. Let's go to 94. And so a lot of times when you see a goal, it might look like, man, they didn't quite get there. But in reality, they got there so quick that they decided they wanted to move it a little bit further. What you want to see with a goal is that there is something that makes the school stretch, makes the school challenge itself a little bit, and then you want to align that goal with the action steps that help them get to the next level. That's something we're going to talk about with the strategic plan in just a minute as well. Thank you.
Ms. Barnhart?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I know you said every year the low-performing schools submit one, so how many are we looking at?
Yes, ma'am. So we have 10 different schools that are going to submit for approval for you guys in December. All of the rest of the schools in our district, regardless of meeting growth, exceeding growth, or not meeting growth, any of those other schools that are not considered in the low-performing designation, theirs have already been approved. You're free and welcome to look over them, but you will not have to approve those in December. They will be back up for approval in October of next year.
Dr. Merrick, I saw your hand too.
Yeah, thank you. I'm trying to weigh the pros and cons. I love the fact that you're making this so available to public engagement. And I think it goes along with our state laws and everything else in terms of making sure that the parents especially have access.
Sure.
What is the, I can also see that it could cause trouble should one advocacy group or another decide to, bombard you with a lot of concerns. Is there, if one person gives feedback, what can they expect to hear back from the team?
So if I had a principal that received feedback, typically they're going to reach out to their ED and say, hey, I got this feedback, can we sit down and go over it? And the requirement is that if there's feedback that's received, they open up in a school improvement team meeting and say, hey, here's some feedback we got on our current improvement plan. Let's consider it. It would be found in the minutes. It's not necessarily required that someone respond. However, typical respectful response, hey, thank you, I appreciate that input. We're going to look into the information that you gave us. We appreciate your continued contributions to our school. The funny thing about that is that you can get somebody from across the nation. We have some great stakeholders for our schools that live all over, and they always want to check in on our people. What we always say is that context is king. So what you might see as a data point at a school might have a different reason for reaching that data point than another school. And so while we always appreciate input, input is something to consider. It's not necessarily something that we always act on depending on the nature and the circumstances at that moment. Yes, sir.
Any other questions? All right, next item, thank you, Mr. Worthington. Are you staying there?
Stay here.
You're staying right there. The next item is the strategic plan update.
If I can sort of kick that off. Yeah, don't go far, Jared. We were able to share with you folks last month, I know that we had some conversation about sort of revising and resubmitting our strategic plan. And I spoke to you guys last month about 6 strategic initiatives that we're going to focus our work for the course of this year and possibly next year, depending on the data points we show. So one thing you will see if you take a spin through the through the school improvement plans is you see this involvement of this word called STOIC over and over again. STOIC is a part of our Safe and Civil Schools. It's part of our CHAMPS training, and it's something that we're focusing all of our work on this year. So our feeling as senior staff, as cabinet, as executive directors, if we're going to ask our teachers and our staff and our schools to use this model, then we're going to use the same model as we're working through our strategic initiatives. So just in brief, our 6 initiatives are attendance, safe and civil schools, Math 1, 3rd grade reading, graduation rate, and something we're calling accountability, transparency, and accessibility. Thank you. I keep saying collaboration, but I know it's accessibility. So those 6 models or those 6 initiatives are what we're going to focus our attention on. We're going to go over a couple of them today in detail so you guys can see it and kind of get to work around it. And then each month, we are going to bring one strategic initiative back to a board meeting and give you an update on it, how close we are to completion, where it's moving, how it's doing. So I wanted Jared to just talk for a minute about the STOIC model itself, and then we'll have our initiative leads share with you those 2 of our strategic initiatives. Take it away, Jared.
So I apologize if you were here yesterday for the curriculum committee. You're about to hear a very, very similar speech, although we're going to keep it a little bit succinct for today. So the STOIC model is really simply a way for us to communicate effectively and practice effectively what we want to do to accomplish goals, for instance, goals that you might see on a school improvement plan. The best way I can present this is with an analogy. I want you to pretend for a second that you woke up and you decided, you know what, I am unhealthy and I need to become healthy. What do I need to do to get healthy? The STOIC model is a way for you to create a pathway towards better health. So we will start with the S. We're going to go STOIC. The first thing I need to recognize is that I might not be the best expert and I need to find somebody who can help me. And that person is going to be, let's say, a nutritionist or somebody who's a trainer. And they're going to look at you and say, hey, I've got you. I understand where you are. I understand where you want to go. You've decided you want to lose 7 pounds before Thanksgiving. And we've got Halloween in 3 days. So we've got to account for all the variables and all the context. And we're going to come up with some structures that can help you become healthy. So for this, we want to pick 3 different things that we can do to get us on the track towards health. Now, let's say you want to talk to your trainer and they decide, I need you to lose a little bit of weight by exercising. I need you to lose a little bit of weight by getting a great night's sleep, and I want you to eat healthy. Those are the 3 structures, the S, that we're going to put in place. Now, what I don't want to do is tell somebody that you're going to eat healthy and then walk away and never talk to them again, because to me, most of the time, healthy sounds like Doritos. I know that Doritos aren't necessarily healthy, so instead what I need you to do is teach me the things that I need to know so that I can eat healthy. That's the T. What we want to do is teach people what healthy eating habits look like. What we want to do is tell them this is the right track of exercise for you. And based on what I'm hearing you say, I think you need to sleep more. So let's talk about what do you do right before you go to bed to help you fall asleep and sleep longer and get a good night's rest. I'm going to teach you all of those things by using a phrase that I've been using recently, and you're probably going to hear me say again in December. Wisdom begins at the definition of terms. So when we talk about universal language in our district, and we talk about saying the same thing from Castle Hayne to Carolina Beach, what we really mean is that when we use the term low-performing school, we all have the same definition of that. And if I say healthy, we all have a decent understanding of what that definition is. And when I say good night's sleep or eating healthy, we are all in agreement of what that term actually means. Healthy doesn't mean Doritos, it means carrots, Jared. They're both orange, but one of them's better than the other. So that's the T. So the O is for observe. Observe is when we're checking in. We're looking at the data, we're measuring what we are doing, and we are seeing how are we actually implementing those structures into whatever it is. So for instance, if we are working on foundations and we say one of the structures is we're going to adhere to the master schedule, and Dr. Hamilton goes in to observe a classroom that's supposed to start foundations at 9, she's going to walk in at 9 o'clock and check, are we doing foundations? That's a simple, are we adhering to the structure? O is also about making sure we have right-sized the data. If you come to me and say, I want to lose 78 pounds, I didn't say 67, I've got a middle schooler. If you say I want to use 78 pounds, that might not be a great goal for you to set by Thanksgiving. So I want to help you right-size that data and then observe and watch to make sure that things are going in the right direction. And as they're going in the right direction, I want to interact positively. Interacting positively, that positive word is very important. It doesn't mean fluffy necessarily. It means the difference between being nice and kind, which is, anybody know what the difference between nice and kind is? Is being honest. The difference between nice and kind is honest. Positive feedback is, I want to help you progress towards your goal, so I'm going to give you things that can help you in that direction. In some cases, it does mean bringing a pillow when some might suggest you bring a hammer to the fight. In some cases, it also means non-contingent. So I'm going to build a relationship with you that doesn't matter whether you reach that goal or not. As a trainer, sometimes I'm just going to call and check on that person just to see how they're doing and not to ask them if they got out of bed at 4 o'clock to run 5 miles. I want to constantly be encouraging so that that person feels led to continue to accomplish that goal so that when I get to C, I can correct clearly, concisely, and consistently. C is about looking for red flags. So if I tell you I want to lose 8 pounds, or no, actually, let's go in a different direction. Let's say I tell you I want to get a great night's sleep, but then I check your watch, your Fitbit, and it says you're really only getting 6 hours when you want to get 8. I might ask you questions. When are you working out? Oh, you're working out at 8 o'clock at night. You're probably too hyped and you can't go to bed. Let's change your workout schedule. Oh, you're reading your phone for 2 hours and doom scrolling. Maybe you want to put that away and put it out of arm's reach so that we can finally get to sleep at night. Correcting is about looking for red flags. It's about helping people realize where their gaps are. And then going back to the I, encouraging and interacting with folks positively so that they can close those gaps and reach the goals. So we are building some of these, and we're going to talk about them now. But the ultimate for all of this is that we speak the same language, we go in the same direction, and we support each other as we're moving to and beyond the goals that we're getting ready to set. That's about 10,000 pages of professional development in Stoic condensed to about 4.5 minutes. So I'll stop there.
So I want to reference what Jared said about wisdom comes to the definition of terms. We want to make sure that we're all using the same language. And so that's why we built this model to do our strategic initiatives with. They all tie in directly to our strategic plan. So we decided to pick just a couple to show you, just to highlight this in real time. I will tell you that these models are very word intensive, and we want you to understand that, like we talked about last month, this is the menu. The actual recipe is another Stoic model that's deeper dive than what you're going to see today. This is really about the public being able to access what we're doing and why. The actual work is also being done in a Stoic model deeper than this. So we took two. We took attendance and safe and civil schools. So I'll let you guys decide which one do you want to attack first.
Safe and civil schools.
We're going to deal with Julie first in safe and civil schools.
Okay, thank you, Jared. I think, yes, nicely done. Nicely done. So we're going to talk just a minute about how Stoic applies to safe and civil schools as more than just a broad umbrella for this continuous improvement work, but safe and civil schools more around the classroom management component that is specific to student behavior, but educator behavior ahead of student behavior. Because we know that anytime we set goals for where we want to be in this work of human service, we know we're talking about behavior change. And I think Jared did an excellent job of describing how Stoic leads us through behavior change. So with regard to the classroom management process, and again, we have our goal here on reducing student disruptions and office referrals. We will be implementing systems, monitoring progress, and of course providing that ongoing staff training to maximize instructional time. On the impact level, we are talking about student engagement and the type of student engagement that we have in the classroom. So we can move to the next. And again, this is word intensive. Great way to describe this. Essentially, when we're talking about structure with regard to student behaviors and classroom management, we're specifically talking about having structure that organizes classrooms to prevent misbehavior, at the same time encouraging student engagement. So I'm kind of giving a summary of the lots of words in the briefer version. T, the teaching, is teaching expectations and specifically clarifying for students how to function successfully within that structure. If the structure doesn't make sense to a student, they will not be able to authentically engage to the point that learning occurs. And it's also about fostering student success with repetition, with practice, with inspiration. And I think you heard that in what Jared was sharing. Oh, the observation piece when it comes to safe and civil schools and specifically classroom management involves continually circulating through the classroom and periodically collecting that observational data on student behaviors to uncover those trends and to identify those areas that are needing improvement. The I in Stoic would be interacting positively. You heard that consistently also, involving building those positive relationships with students and giving that positive feedback and making sure that it's developmentally appropriate, it's age appropriate for the developmental level of our students. C, the correction piece, of course, that's going to be necessary in any effective classroom management system. Offering those guidelines for responding to undesirable behavior. We need to explicitly provide our educators with those opportunities, those options, almost that, I don't want to use menu because it's going to mess up kind of the structure, but having practical and helpful ways to respond to student behaviors that are undesired in the classroom and that are interfering with their learning. And we want to make sure that they are able to do that consistently, immediately, and briefly. Because the longer we focus on that, we understand that we're going to get more of what we target and more of what we focus on. We want to make sure that every bit of correction in the classroom is all about teaching and reteaching the appropriate behavior, not placing a high emphasis on the inappropriate or undesired behavior. So in a nutshell, this would be the Stoic approach to classroom management specific to safe and civil schools.
Ms. Bradford?
On the previous slide, where it says progress, baseline, I see 47.3, and then I see target of 54. So you want to reduce the student disruptions by 47. What's that number? What's the percentage? What's it referring to?
So I'm seeing that as well, and I don't have a great answer for that exact percentage, but I think Anita has her hand up, or she had a finger up. Hold on. Oh.
Oh, Lord. Give her a mic.
All right, so I can speak to that. Part of what we're talking about, we've actually been talking about this several different times, about whether we are going to be monitoring the increase in student engagement or the reduction in office referrals. And I believe that that is something that we are still sort of struggling through what we want to assess. My concern is what you really want to assess is engagement in learning. However, that is a hard thing to assess. Assessing a reduction in the amount of office referrals, I think, is where we're going to attack this the first year. So I will update that correctly. But the idea is that we were shooting for that, but I think we're going to have to look first at a reduction in the negative before we look at an increase in the positive.
Ms. Bradford?
Was it possibly to maximize, the last 3 words there, maximize instructional time?
I think it is.
47 to 54? That
Yeah.
would make sense.
Yes, so, and the most quantitative way to measure, I agree with Dr. Barnes, the most quantitative way to measure the student engagement is to measure that regaining of instructional time by measuring the disruptions.
Dr. Merrick?
So in the C of Stoic in the safe and civil schools, is that where reframing behavior mostly shows up? I mean, I'm not sure.
So I think it really could fall into any of those areas. That's an additional component for us. And reframing behavior really focuses on staff well-being and having an understanding of the root cause of some student behaviors that they see in their classroom. And that falls into, part of it can fall into structure, us providing some additional information and a greater knowledge base. It also falls into teaching because we're providing them with a greater understanding of the brain-based approach to behaviors. And then the rest of the components in reframing behavior can fit into all of those because we do provide those ongoing discussions in professional learning communities. That's a great question.
Any other questions?
Look how excited she got when you connected reframing behavior, though.
I did
want to
notice that.
reference that. Because that is exactly
She paid me.
sort of the vehicle by which some of that will work. I think it's really, yeah.
Yes.
All right, so next was attendance.
Okay, we're going to jump into attendance. Thank you.
That work?
Okay, so for attendance, it's a lot more clear-cut than behavior. So the goals for there, we want to reduce the number of students who are chronically absent as well, by 10%, as well as reducing the number of students who are in that warning category. So we don't want to just reduce chronically absent students, but also the students that are in that warning category. So we have those 2 goals set for attendance. The Stoic model, the next slide. So for the S, basically, we want to ensure that we have safe and supportive schools and learning environments. Clear routines and expectations are going to be the key piece here for attendance. We've got schools already doing that I think Dr. Barnes showed you the card for the calendar and how they're measuring their absences. And even some schools are putting up basically how many kids were absent the previous day and how many tardies there were. Kind of some peer pressure there on the parents as well as on the students. I believe we even have some schools that are rewarding classes, when their attendance reaches a certain percentage. So those are some of the procedures and routines that they're putting in place. The goal is always positive ones. So the T is to explicitly teach students, but not just students, but the families also and staff, the importance of consistent, timely attendance. So the attendance for the students is critical, but the attendance also for the staff is just as important. So we want to make sure that we are covering all of our areas and making sure everybody understands the importance of students being present, staff being present, in order for students to actually be successful in learning their content. Our O for monitoring is monitoring the patterns, and actually Infinite Campus is going to help us do this very well. There's actually a dashboard that principals will be able to have so that they can actually identify those attendance areas, insights that they want to monitor throughout the year. So they'll be able to monitor the attendance patterns, identify trends, and also celebrate those improvements, and then intervene when they need to. Your I is to build that strong, respectful relationships. We always say that building relationships with students is a key factor in students being successful. So recognizing those improvements, encouraging engagement, having those conversations with the students in the hall, and thanking them for coming to school. And then our C is then to respond to the attendance issues promptly and consistently. So when they see those areas, when they see students getting close to that warning level, having conversations with students as well as the parents to see what's the barriers for them getting to school and see if we can help them out. And that is our attendance in a nutshell.
So a couple of other examples for this. One thing I love is that a lot of our schools have said, okay, here are 30 students that were chronically absent last year. Each of them has a staff member who monitors them daily, checks on them every day, and calls the parent every day that they're not at school to kind of reinforce how important attendance is. Lots of initiatives, and this is a new thing that we've just developed this year, which I'm so excited about. Every parent has access to one of these. Some of them are on magnets on your fridge at home already. But every time you are absent, you can mark the date down and track for yourself how close you are to being in a warning zone or in a chronic attendance issue. So we're really excited about the direction that that's going. Sorry, thank you.
I was excited about that too, just because it's a great way to hold parents accountable and include them in all of it. But I think also something that has been brought up by our superintendent is that the way that schools are doing it, they're doing it this way, but they're also recognizing and having that accountability piece when they walk in the door. So some schools have signs up of how many tardies there are, how many whatever. And so I think that accountability piece being implemented in all these schools is great as well. I saw Mr. Wildbort and then Mr. Perry, and we'll get to all of you.
I would just ask if we could just, for people that are watching, redefine what chronically absent is, please.
So the definition for chronic absenteeism comes through a huge body of research on what is that tipping point where students not being a part of their instructional environment are no longer really able to be as productive and successful as they would be. So really the calculation is around missing 10% of your instructional time. And so it doesn't necessarily mean at the end of the school year we look to see if you missed around 17 to 18 school days. It means that in the first 10 days we look to see if you've missed one. And if the next 10 days you've missed another. So it's constantly measuring that 10% across the school year.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Perry?
When it comes to attendance, is it straight attendance, or, if you got sick kids, or there's excused reasons, or doctor's visits, or what have you, do those factor in when you're determining that? Because obviously if you've got an outbreak of some kind of a flu epidemic, your numbers are going to go up as far as absences.
Absolutely. And we know that we don't necessarily want to encourage really sick children to come to school.
Thank you.
Right? So along with the magnets that many of our principals have provided for families for their fridge on tracking their attendance, there's also one that many of our schools are using that says, how do I know if I'm too sick to attend school? And those are helpful because we don't want to just reinforce and focus on perfect attendance because that's not necessarily realistic or healthy for the entire school environment. So there's a difference in reinforcing and tracking toward being present and on time and present as much as possible, and another for making sure you don't miss any school. So we want to make sure that we're still being very realistic. Families have illness, they may have other family obligations that they have to attend to. So this is separate and apart from excuses and unexcused notification days. This is separate and apart from compulsory attendance where you can only miss a certain number of unexcused days. This is really just our campaign around be here as much as you possibly can, and we really want to rally around supporting and celebrating that.
And when you go ahead and say, okay, if we can winnow this down from 24,000 kids that we're worrying about to 3,000, then we can go, let's dig into the 3,000 and see how many of those are medically fragile, how many of those have issues that may impact on that. But also, too, it gives us an early warning so we can maybe support families if something's going on earlier as well.
Dr. Merrick, then I believe Ms. Bradford, no? And then Ms. Barnhart. So Dr. Merrick, then Ms. Barnhart.
I love the idea that we know that 10%, there's a clear demarcation there. But my guess is, there's probably research out there that shows, well, what happens if you miss 5% or 7%? And I think, I love the idea of the simplicity of this. Hey, we want your kids in school. But the next level of that is to be able to help parents to understand, here's what we know about when kids miss 3 days in a semester. Here's what we know when they, and if there's any metrics that we can share with that, I think it just goes a long way to public education. Obviously, this clear, concise magnet, I love it, but it's nice to be able to also help them to understand why.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I love the discussion that's been had around the table, just to encourage the frequency, but also to acknowledge that there are going to be times that we have families who are out for perfectly valid reasons. And one of the delineations, and you said it excused and unexcused, we dug into that in policy before of talking about there are legal absence, lawful and unlawful absences, and that was the discussion. That is how we get what is excused and what is not excused. And so it's not just that we're picking and choosing who is more worthy of an excused absence or not. And so I think that delineation is stay out there. I did also want to touch on the fact that a few years ago, we had some issues with students who were keeping up but had a large amount of absences. And can we just reassure those families that we are going to be working with them? I know it's happening in the school system, but if you have a child who is medically fragile, who might be missing more than those days, that there is a plan in place to support those kids as well. Can you just speak to that for a moment?
Of course, anytime we have a student that has serious health conditions that are interfering with their ability to participate fully in school, we want to make sure we know as much as is appropriate for the school team to know. And if it's necessary to have an emergency action plan or an emergency health plan for that child. And we also want to make sure that the team that supports that student is able to have regular collaboration, regular dialogue with that family around the immediate and ongoing health needs so that we can support them continuing to progress as much as possible in their education. So anytime a family has concerns over their child's health, please make sure you're talking with your school nurse, your administration, your child's teacher, and there are plenty of opportunities for us to create a plan to support.
Thank you.
Ms. Bradford?
If I'm reading this right, the baseline for 24-25, we had 5,543 students chronically absent. And if
That is correct.
My little percentage calculator is working correctly, that's 23% of our student population. It's more than 23% of our student population that's chronically absent. So this is an awesome thing that you're doing.
Anything else? All right. The next item is Cape Fear Community College testing protocol. Ms. Brinson.
Yes, just wanted to make you aware of a program that, Cape Fear Community College is using in their classes. The program is called Respondus. It is a lockdown browser, which basically stops students from opening up any other application or window when they're taking an assessment. Teachers are the ones who set it up when they set up their assessment online. These are for our online courses. And they're wanting to start to use the fully automated proctoring version, which means that the student's webcam would come on and record the student while they're taking the assessment. And it tracks information and provides a report addressing what's called flagged events, which would be where kids are kind of looking over outside of their screen for an extended period of time. A glance here and there is not going to trigger it, I don't believe, but it's like the extended period of time. As well as the flagged events, they'll also get like proctoring results, so that way the instructor then can review that and then make a determination whether, have a conversation with the student or make a determination whether they feel like the student has cheated on their assessment. Teachers do set this up individually every time they do an assessment, and the students have to complete a pre-exam sequence, which part of that is a webcam check. Parents would have to be asked to acknowledge, there's a form that we actually have students fill out, and parents sign off on both, where they're acknowledging lots of statements. One of the statements we would change to be that, Cape Fear uses this program, and the parents acknowledge that they understand that this is what this means, and the camera coming on. And they also understand that the student, they don't want that, the student could go on campus and take the test assessment there, or there's other options of doing like a face-to-face test, or class, instead of the online version. So there are other options for the families who necessarily aren't comfortable with this part of their assessment. It's not all the classes that they're looking to use it right now. They start in math and science because that's where they feel like they're having their biggest issue.
The university, I'm sorry. The university made us aware of the change they were making university-wide, or CFCC is doing this college-wide. And so we, of course, wanted to make sure that we are finding ways to inform parents about that before they sign up for those classes, make sure they're aware, and then also an opt-out clause and sort of procedure if they don't. So,
Ms. Barnhart, and then I think Mr. Perry.
I just wanted to acknowledge the fact that we're making sure that the parents understand and are consenting to that. I know we discussed that at our kind of roundtable meeting, but I think that's so important because it's an automatic thing that will trigger a camera. So just to make the parents aware of being full, this is not us doing it, but it's a requirement of the class, and making them aware that there is an alternative. They can go in and test and still get that credit if that's not something they're comfortable with. So I just want to acknowledge that. Thank you very much.
Mr. Perry?
Yes, I would definitely have some concerns if the parents didn't have options, but it sounds like they do, so that's great with me. My only question is, the computers they use for these, are these Cape Fear Community College laptops, or are these NHCS laptops, and what kind of access do we have to give Cape Fear to our assets in order for this to happen?
They would have to use ours because some students don't have their personal ones, and Cape Fear doesn't give to take home, so that would be our New Hanover school devices. We don't give Cape Fear access to the device. It's the program that would have the access, and we already have the lockdown browser piece installed on there for the students to use. So it's the program that has access, not anybody at the school or at the community college that actually has access.
So you would still be in control of it then?
In control of?
Or of the access in general, though it's giving access to this application to have access to the camera, but they don't need to get in and configure registry items in the...
Correct, correct.
All right, thank you.
All right. Any other questions on there? Okay. So the next...
and that will start in the spring. We just wanted to make sure you folks were aware before we made parents aware, which I guess we just did.
All right, so the next item up is the Roberts Rules of Order training. So the board voted during the October 2nd meeting to have Ms. Nelson conduct the training and pay her stated fee. I relayed to the board that Ms. Nelson said she would try to work within our budget, and Dr. Merrick voiced a desire for the chair to check with Ms. Nelson to inquire if she would accept a reduced fee. However, if necessary, the board would pay her fee as described for the training. That vote was 5-2. There was a motion made by Ms. Bradford at the October 7th board meeting to reconsider that motion. As chair, I failed to catch the error at the time, and the attorneys nor board members called my attention to the error. However, I have learned that the motion to reconsider was out of order because the motion can only be made by a member who voted on the prevailing side, and Ms. Bradford voted against the motion that was adopted. Therefore, she was not on the prevailing side. For our purposes, the motion to reconsider must also be made on the same day the original vote was taken. Also, the motion to reconsider cannot be applied to an affirmative vote whose provisions have been partly carried out. As I announced at the October 7th meeting, after learning the board had voted to hire her to conduct the training, Ms. Nelson began working and viewing our past meetings. In our initial conversation with Ms. Nelson, which included Dr. Barnes, she mentioned a great resource that every board member should have, Rules of Order in Brief. Dr. Barnes offered to purchase the books for each of us, and they were distributed to you earlier. I also have a sheet of parliamentary procedure at a glance that Ms. Nelson provided for us to review before our training. Now, just for noting, the In Brief book is not a replacement for parliamentary authority, which is this book, Robert's Rules of Order, 12th edition. The In Brief is the only authorized concise guide offering a partial summary of Robert's Rules of Order, and it contains many cross-references, which I've already found helpful. Therefore, to reconsider the motion from October 7th at today's meeting would be out of order. This incident caused me to reflect on my responsibility as the chair of the board, and therefore, as of October 13th, I have invested personally in training in Robert's Rules of Order from a professional registered parliamentarian. I take my responsibility seriously, and I will try my best to study and learn so you can depend on your chair to rule in accordance with our adopted parliamentary authority. If the board no longer desires for Ms. Nelson to conduct the training and prefers to contract with someone who is not a credentialed parliamentarian, then I believe we must pay Ms. Nelson for the time she has spent preparing for our training. When I last spoke with her, she said she had watched all of our regular meetings and agenda review and a few other meetings from August 4th through October 7th. She estimated that she had completed approximately 17 hours of watching meetings and taking notes. And that is all I have to say about that. So, with that being said, since I consider that an out-of-order motion, we're going to continue on to the next item, which is the NCDIT update. And I know that Ms. Barnhart has had a lot of communication with them, so I've asked her to kind of give a little bit of brief information about what she's learned so far.
Point of order, Madam Chair, before we move from the Robert's Rule of Order to the NCDIT, I'm afraid I just need to understand the full parameters of your ruling here. From what I'm gathering, and I did not know this about Robert's Rules of Order, that you had to be, in order to re-examine a vote, you have to have been one who originally voted for it.
Correct.
That's news to me. If this is all said and done and there's nothing more to discuss, I'm fine, we can move on. But I'm really concerned that it's not just about whether or not we would have to pay Ms. Nelson, but also whether we would be in breach of contract. I mean, if you've actually made a verbal agreement with her.
It wasn't me, it was the board that voted. That was
Right,
recorded,
yeah.
a verbal contract with her. Yes,
Right, well,
that's when she began her work, yes.
Yeah. Okay, but
So
if that's
I
all
can-
done, and okay.
I consider this to be a moot point because it was out of order.
Thank you.
Mr. Perry and then Ms. Bradford.
I just wanted to, I believe that I seconded Ms. Bradford's motion at the time, so I don't know if that has any bearing on it, because even though I was the one who voted for it in the first place. But given that you had already made a contract, I was not aware that she had already been on work, so I was for us reconsidering it, but that was under obviously she's already put work into it. And, thank you.
Ms. Bradford?
One question, I had studied that section of Roberts, and to be honest, I knew that it would need to be somebody that wasn't, so I must have gotten carried away on that. But I question your decision on it had to be the same day, and I would like to see the reference in the Real Roberts. You can do it offline, just to share that with me. And just a point of clarification, there is no such thing in North Carolina as a verbal contract. Nothing. Doesn't exist. So it needs to be a written contract in order to be enforceable.
So in this handy dandy book that I have gotten a lot of use out of, so I highly recommend board members, it's an easy read, I highly recommend you read it. In this, it references, this one is, in this book, it's page 58, and it references it at the bottom, I think. The motion seems to, that might be a different part of it.
No, it's there. I mean, it talks about the.
It says if a motion has been either adopted or defeated during a meeting, and at least one member who voted on the winning side wants to have the vote reconsidered, such a member may make the motion to reconsider. This motion can only be made by a member who voted on the winning side. Moving over to page 59 to address my colleague to the right, it says this motion can, however, be seconded by any member, no matter how he or she voted. And then the next paragraph on page 59, it says another important thing that you must know about reconsider is that there is only a limited period of time within which it can be made. In the usual case, this motion can be made only on the same day on which the vote sought to be reconsidered was taken. Dr. Merrick.
One last comment, and thank you to my colleague across the way about clarifying the legalities of contract. I think I would want to take it a little bit farther and say that our relationship with the public and our relationship with our vendors is very important. And even if we have not signed a contract, if we've given our word, I think that's important. And the fact that the whole board voted for this originally, I can't, yeah. Well, but that's our board.
Board majority.
That's our board.
Yeah.
So I think that it would be, I understand how you came to your conclusion, and I concur.
Mr. Wildebohr.
Just a question. You had mentioned, the possibility of her working with us. Was there any response to that?
The pricing was the issue, and then this motion was made, and so there was a pause put on that, so that we could have this conversation.
So
and
you'll
I'm going
follow
to
up
be
with
reaching
her?
out to her after today's meeting to talk to her
Awesome.
further about that.
Thank
So,
you.
All right. Okay. On to NCDIT. Ms. Barnhart, can you give us, I know we were both involved. You did a great job of connecting the superintendent, myself, and you with the state after all of the breach happened. And so just kind of an update on what you've acquired since then.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to, again, thank my colleagues. Back in February 4th, we wrote and adopted a letter to Attorney General Jeff Jackson to investigate and pursue legal action against Power School. I actually had a phone conversation with his office about 2 weeks ago just to kind of get an update of where we were. There's not a settlement yet, and so what I was allowed to ask and get a response was that there are multiple states that North Carolina is working with in pursuing action against Power School. Those details are not necessarily public information at the time because they want to ensure that whatever comes forth is going to stick. However, I do know that as they've been working through this process, one of the things, and we've been concerned with the same thing, transitioning to Infinite Campus with NCDPI, is that changes are to be made so that this doesn't happen again. And so I know that his office has been in contact with them as well as NCDIT, Department of Information Technology. And so I had organized a call earlier this year, included the superintendent and the chairwoman, to reach out to that office and just to see. There is an opportunity if we would like to have them come and speak to us. Specifically, the conversation that we had was around protocol changes and updates so that we can make sure that we are making good decisions when we're dealing with protecting the security of our students and our staff, and different things that can be in place. One of the big takeaways that I think came about in the conversation, the brief one that we had, is looking at MOUs when we are signing on to something. Typically, there's a standard of expectation when you start a contract with somebody. However, sometimes the upkeep of what those expectations, if it's a multi-year contract, don't always go through the same scrutiny. So things will change after 2 years, and maybe they did an audit 2 years ago and it's a 5-year contract. And so that was something that was brought to attention. And so I don't have a full list of all the changes that NCDIT has done. I know they said that they are working with
The Attorney General's office, they're working with NCDPI to ensure that they're making good practices and best practices changes. So I did want to put that out there, that I know there's an opportunity that we could get a representative if we wanted to ask questions. They would be a better job, and I'm looking at my tech guy back there, that he would probably know more of those things as well. I know our district, we have taken precautionary items, and we've been briefed as a board of what some of those are to make sure that student data and staff data is protected and secure, and not any extra information that is personal does not have to be stored anywhere but our own servers. And so that's kind of the brief update. And I said, when I was on the phone with the Attorney General's office, I said, so are we thinking it might be like next month they're going to close something? And he laughed at me. But I said, okay, so I said, so maybe in another month or two, just to check back in. So it is definitely something that has not been lost. And I'm grateful for our state attorney general to continue to pursue this, because there's been a lot of heartache and a lot of frustration and anger. And so, Madam Chair, if that's a good enough report, that's kind of where we're at. Thank you so much.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Ms. Barnhart, for digging into that, for taking time and really kind of taking the reins on that. I very much appreciate that. Did I see hands up over here? Dr. Merrick.
I wasn't quite sure if my colleague was making a motion to have someone come and educate us. If I'm understanding you correctly, because in some ways this is out of our hands largely, right? The NCDPI tells us which program we're going to use. We don't have a lot of choice about it. We don't actually individually contract with, Infinite Campus or any of the other applications that are going to come along as we go. But to understand the situation also gives us more access to what advocacy we could, provide, right? Because, whether it's the legislative committee or directly advocating ourselves, I am all in favor of learning more about how this works and how we could learn to advocate for ourselves.
Mr. Perry, did you have your hand raised?
No, I have one for the next one.
Okay. Ms. Barnhart, go ahead.
I mean, if my colleague, I would happy to, if you want to motion that and I'll second it, to put it on the agenda of in the coming future to reach out to rep. I don't care if it's a regular board meeting or an agenda review, just to have that. I'm happy to do that. I know that our technology department is in contact and make sure that they're up to date with changes and protocols and things like that. So I do want to make aware that we do have that connection as far as our district is doing it. Maybe it would be helpful for us. And I agree that there are some choices that are outside of our control that we are required to utilize, but we also have the choice of working with different vendors. So maybe helping that education can help us as we are contracting through the MOUs to specifically put different things and protocols in place.
Are you asking me to make a motion for
Yeah,
you?
it's like if you wanted to, I'm happy to second, or vice versa, but yeah.
You
Okay,
got the
somebody
ball.
make a motion.
I'm happy to make a motion to
Do it.
put it on the next few months' agenda.
Can we do it on agenda review?
Yes, I'd like that. Would you be
Under
willing,
information?
open to
Sure.
that?
I'll make a motion to request on agenda review a representative from NCDIT to come and just address our board so we can openly ask questions.
Second.
And perhaps we could hear from our technical department first to see, so you can educate us on how we listen and what questions we ask. So maybe we put it far enough into the future that we can have that discussion. I would second, if you're amenable to that.
I think there was already a second.
Oh, there's
Beat you
already
to
a
it.
second. Okay,
Aye.
never mind.
Was there a specific time frame that was given? No.
No, Madam Chair, I would request working with you and just to see on the upcoming agendas what would be most feasible and work with their schedule, because I have no idea what it's like.
And would
Okay.
you be, I'm sorry,
Dr. Merrick?
and would you be amenable to being informed by by our technical, experts first?
Involving our experts as well.
Yeah.
And that, I think, would be important.
Thank you.
All right, so there is a motion to place NCDIT presentation, the NCDIT presentation on a future agenda review agenda, and it was seconded. Is there any further discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes 6-0. Next up, the next item is facilities condition assessment contract. Oh, I'm sorry, security camera contract. I skipped one. Sorry.
Yes, I'm bringing this for a vote to this meeting because the vendor is raising their prices come November the 1st, and so we'd like to have approval for this contract to replace the security cameras at Laney. The current ones there are outdated, and the quality of image is not what we would like. So we've got this, we're going to use a co-op that we are a partner of, and we'd like to purchase the security cameras for $356,469.99.
I saw Ms. Bradford's hand up, and then Mr. Perry.
May I ask Ms. Brinson a question? Is this the same contract that you discussed with us on Friday? The board members who were invited to the superintendent's office to meet with you, and you discussed it with us then?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Perry?
Is this strictly cameras, or my understanding is that Verkada systems are currently storing the video data on the cloud, am I correct in this matter? Will there be more of that included in this contract, or is this strictly a camera upgrade?
It's replacing the camera, but it's also having the licenses and their operating system, basically. There's a on-site storage, so it actually stores locally to the camera itself, and then when you request it is when it goes to the cloud. I'm just making sure I'm saying the right thing over there. So there is some cloud services with it, yes.
Is it permanently stored in the cloud once that is done, or not?
No, I don't believe it is.
Okay. Oh, then I have no
It
problem.
writes over actually 30 days on itself on the on-site storage, on the actual camera itself.
You know, obviously, this data is, just so the public knows, obviously this data is very sensitive, and we wouldn't, if somebody were to hack into a cloud system to try to get everybody in America's, all Verkada's customers, video, they could do a real whammy on our schools, like what happened in Power School. So it's good to know that it's not permanently stored there. Thank you.
Mr. Wildebohr?
I make a motion that we go ahead and purchase the Verkada camera systems for Laney High School.
Second.
Second.
You missed it. Any further discussion? There's a motion to approve the contract with Verkada. Ms. Barnhart?
I just have one question, Madam Chair, and I think I offered this to you in our briefing, but is there an opportunity for us to negotiate a long-term contract that kind of locks in those lower prices as we move forward? I know it's on our facilities needs for the next couple of years to have it, so I just didn't know if there's an opportunity for that.
Correct. It is something that we can talk to the vendor about. I wanted to wait till this was done before we go back out and reach, but it is something that we can to work out and negotiate, yes.
Thank you.
So the motion on the table is to approve the contract with Verkada Camera Systems. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? That passes 6-0. Now we're on to the facilities condition assessment contract.
Thank you. I'm bringing this to the board for a vote today, primarily because I hope to get it on the agenda at the monthly meeting in October. We had some pushback, and given the timeline, we're hoping to start as soon as possible because the facility condition assessment is something that we're planning to use as part of prioritizing our bond projects. So this is information, a systematic approach to look at kind of a baseline condition for all of our buildings and building systems across the district. Their goal is to give us some short-term and long, as well as long-term data that we can use to help guide our decision-making and investment.
Any questions? Mr. Wildebohr?
When was the last time we did a facilities needs survey?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I will find out.
Okay. Dr. Merrick?
But it is something we do on a regular basis. Every school district should do on a regular basis.
Yes, actually, I apologize. It would have been almost 5 years, 6 years ago maybe, because I think the state requires it every 5 years. So one of the things that will happen is once we've done this, that information will also be used to upload to the state as well.
Mandatory.
This is something we've been in conversation with our county commissioners about as well. And what's nice about this is it's a unified, comprehensive plan. You know, we have our roof plan over here. We have our HVAC plan over here. This will put everything under one bucket and help us make some real long-term strategic decisions.
Mr. Wildebohr?
I'll make a motion that we
Second.
move. Yeah, whatever I was going to say.
I'm going to
get in.
I make a motion that we all go out dancing tonight. No, that was not it. Kidding. I make a motion we move forward with the contract for the facilities condition assessment services.
Yes.
Second?
Yes, it was still a second. Yeah.
Okay. So the motion on the table is to approve the contract with Turner, Townsend, and Hury for facilities condition assessment contract. Any discussion? Mr. Perry?
Just, have we done any comparison shopping? Or is this the best price for what we're getting here?
So we did have a couple of conversations, but what we ended up doing is ended up working with these folks. They came recommended from having worked with Durham Public Schools as well, doing a similar project. They are part of a purchasing cooperative, so in the interest of time, we decided to move forward with them because the cooperative they already met all the procurement process requirements. And so as opposed to having to bid it out time-wise, we felt like their experience with public school systems doing this very thing and giving us its somewhat specialized skill set as well. So we felt like that in the interest of time and knowing that they were part of the purchasing cooperative, they were going to be the best choice.
Go ahead, Mr.
Can
Perry.
I ask our attorney, so is that all legal to do that, or do we need an RFP in this situation?
Is it legal, is it legal to not put out a bid and go with a co-op?
We actually have included a statement of exemption
There you go.
from a purchasing officer that shows that it is in line with the state statute.
Thank you,
Because
Dr.
that was one of the holdups is why we weren't able to get it. I wasn't able to bring it to the standard board meeting earlier this month because I wanted to make sure that we were following the rules.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Merrick?
And if it's this specialized, my guess is, even if you put it out for bid, you might only get one or maybe, would we get the requirement of 3 people anyway, 3 companies? So as long as it's legal, I'm for it.
Okay, so the motion on the table is to approve a contract with Turner and Townsend Hury for a facilities condition assessment. If there is no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes 6-0.
Thank you.
So I will entertain a motion to go into closed session pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11C for the following purposes: to prevent the disclosure of information that is privileged or confidential pursuant to General Statute 115C-402 and not considered a public record within the meaning of Chapter 132 of the General Statutes, to prevent the disclosure of student records rendered confidential under the Family Educational Rights, to consult with an attorney in order to preserve attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the board, and to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, conditions of appointment, or conditions of initial employment of an individual employed or considered for employment within the school system, or to hear or investigate a complaint, charge, or grievance by or against any individual employee. Do I hear such a motion?
So moved.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? We are in closed. Take about 5 minutes and get in the room. All right.
I'm so excited.
Board members, we still have to vote on personnel. So,
I make a motion to approve the personnel report as
Second.
presented.
all right, any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That passes 6-0. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second? All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. That passes 5-1. We are adjourned.
Pete likes a meeting, I tell you.